A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome back in the Park Cricket League. It is the final today of the season number 1. I have the two captains with me, Ankit, and also a special guest to spin the coin, Mr. Jimmy. But before we spin the coin, I want to thank all the sponsors, the title sponsor, especially the Gadiya Group, and then the 4 and 6 sponsor, Black Sphere, Wicket sponsor, Roots and Ritual, Fantasy League sponsor, Bucket and Roll, Physio sponsor, Physio Rhythm, Man of the Match sponsor, Reboot, ball sponsor D3, and the jersey sponsor Forecast and Multiply. So Jimmy sir, you can spin the coin. Tails is the call. Tails it is. So sir, you have won the toss. What will you do? Actually, he wanted to call. A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome back. It is the final day today in the Park Cricket League. It's season number 1, presented by the Gadiya Group. Well, a month into this tournament, after 12 games, there were 5, and now it is down to just these 2 to play out this big final. As we are all set here for ball number 1. Well, the Park Super Kings winning the toss, electing to field first. And here we go, ball number 1, Jai Shah on strike, and it's a beautiful delivery by Pranay Chaudhary. He's been a live wire with a new ball and showing exactly why. Beautifully bowled, shaping it away from the left-hander, coming around the wicket and very close to finding the outside edge. Well, the wicketkeeper not quite holding on to it. It wouldn't have mattered had he found the edge as well. Nonetheless, an encouraging start for Pranay Chaudhary. Well, the pitch seems to be slightly on the greener side, so it might take an awkward bounce or so here or there. This time pushed on the offside, straight to the fielder, dot delivery. And yet to get off the mark here. So the top 2 teams from the league stages qualifying for this final. The Park VDC finishing first and the Park Super Kings finishing second in that league stages. And these 2 also faced each other in the qualifier number 1, where the Park VDC secured the place directly into the final. Well, both the sides have played each other twice in this tournament so far, and both of them have won a game apiece. So the Park VDC only 1 defeat in this tournament so far, and it's come off the hands of the Super Kings. Well, that was the first run on the board by Jai Shah, playing that one on the leg side for a single. And he brings Ayush Jain on strike. Well, it will be interesting to see what will be a good score. Well, both the sides wanted to win the toss and bowl first, and the Super Kings getting that. So Pranay Chaudhary will now come over the wicket. Well, the left-hand, right-hand combination can be a bit annoying at times for the bowlers and the fielders. Well, just past the outside edge once again, and this time given as a wide by the umpire. So an extra run. Well, the bowler just missing his line on that occasion, and that is what happens. You see that quite often. The left-hand, right-hand combination not quite working out in the favor of the bowlers. Well, he will have to correct his line at the moment. The length has been good. And this time nicely punched off the back foot in the gap on the offside, straight to the fielder at third man. And a single taken. Well, it was more like a deep backward point instead of a third man. He is slightly squarish. So 3 runs on the board after 4 deliveries. And wanting to build at the moment. So Pranay Chaudhary once again coming around the wicket now to the left-hander. Well, singles important. Once again just played on the leg side. Well, straight to the fielder on that leg side. Another single taken. So now 1 more delivery left in this first. Well, he's been brilliant throughout, hasn't he, Pranay Chaudhary, with the new ball, especially inside this power play. He has kept things tight along with Krish Merchant. We talk about batting partnerships. How about this for a bowling partnership rather, for the fielding side? Well, that one will be another wide. Once again, that single just shaping away his line. Once again, wanting to switch from around the wicket to the over the wicket line and just struggling a bit. So a couple of wides in this very first over. And Ayush Jain will have another crack on this last delivery of the first. Well, this time nicely cut away and good piece of fielding. Brilliant piece of fielding in the end. It's a dot to end the first. It is 5 without a wicket. So no surprises then. It's going to be Krish Merchant to continue in the second over. And he will also come around the wicket to the left-handed Jay Shah. And he's bowled a wide delivery first up down the leg side. Not the best of the starts. Well, that one is even worse by Krish Merchant. Pretty unlike him so far. A couple of wides to start off for him. And the fourth wide of this game already. Well, this time it's flicked something. Big appeal. And the umpire says no, says it's off the pad. Well, never a question of a leg before wicket, but that one flicked and that sound, well, it made them feel like it might have come off the bat. And Krish Merchant straight away wanting to get the early breakthrough. Well, the VDC get into this game as the favourites, of course. Finished top of the group, won that qualifier. But the Super Kings are no less, and it's a one-off, and there it is. That's the early breakthrough. It's a roots and ritual wicket for Krish Merchant. The middle stump goes for a cartwheel. And the first one gone. It's Jay Shah, the left-handed batter. Well, this time the line was perfect, and also the length. Went right through bat and pad, going for the big heave towards that leg side, misses it completely. And the Super Kings start this game on top, 7-1 now. Right, in comes Krishiv at number 3, and what a shot! Beautifully played on the offside, but there is protection out there. So getting off the mark straight away. And Krish Merchant will enjoy this now, up against the two right-handed batters. He's a wonderful bowler with the ball, with the outswing, with the in-swing. He's got everything. He's got the early breakthrough as well under his belt of Jay Shah, getting the very first wicket of the season number 1 of the Park Cricket League. Well, this time a swing and a miss, wanting to cut that one away. Once again, beautifully bowled by Krish Merchant. Well, it is the opening bowling partnership that has been crucial for the Super Kings, and is continuing in that fashion in this final as well. For the viewers joining in just now, maybe even watching the first game of this tournament, just a reminder, it's the 4 overs of power play plus the 2 overs of power surge, where the batting side can decide when they want to take it. Unless they either forget it or don't take it at all, the 19th and the 20th will be the power surge. Another beautifully bowled delivery by Krish Merchant, shaping that one outside the off stump. And now one more delivery left in the second. Well, with the kind of the bowling attack that the Park VDC themselves have, they would be wanting to get somewhere around the 170 mark at the least. And this is a slow start. And Krish Merchant, he's been brilliant so far. Just the 3 runs conceded and a wicket. And he closes out perfectly as well. Well, an appeal for a caught behind. But it seems like it was nowhere close to the bat. That is the end of the second now, with the score at 8 for 1 for the Park VDC. Well, we start the third over, and it's an excellent shot by Krishiv. It's a boundary, the very first of this big final. It's a black sphere 4, beautifully cut away, and the fielders out there in the deep had no chance at all as well. And we would be hoping that's the first of plenty of those in this big final. Once again playing that one through the offside, but this time finds the fielder out there in the deep. So just a single for Krishiv. Well, it's just the 2 fielders outside the inner ring, and both of them are on the offside. Well, this time the ball staying low. And another dot delivery up against Ayush Jain, who is at the moment struggling. Just the 1 run for him so far of 6 deliveries. Wanting to get his eye in first. Well, not quite able to make the full use of these power play overs here, the Park VDC at the moment. Just the 1-4 so far. Once again, just pushed on the offside, straight to the fielder. And this time he gets his second run there, Ayush Jain. This time a thick outside edge, and it's gone over the fielders. It will run away to the boundary. Another black sphere 4 for Krishiv. Well, you would feel not quite very intended. He wanted to play it maybe slightly in front of square. But it's 4 runs nonetheless for Krishiv. And that's his second one. So one more delivery left now in this third over. Well, rebuilding here at the moment, the Park VDC. And Krishiv is playing an important hand in it. He's got a couple of fours under his belt. Striking at 250, it's a low full toss. And it's gone straight to the fielder at mid-off. It's Diyan there, and that is now the end of the third, with the score at 18-1 for the Park VDC. So we start the fourth over here. Krish Merchant once again continuing. Played on the offside for another single. Once again hit hard, cut away, and another boundary for Krishiv. That's his third. Another black sphere 4. Well, anything that has been slightly short has been cut away, and this one went like an absolute trace of a bullet. Struck really hard and no chance out there for the fielder at the boundary line. Excellent piece of batting this by Krishiv. He's raced on to 14 at the moment. And once again hit hard, and another boundary. Another black sphere 4 for Krishiv. He's turning the heat on here in this last over of the power play. Once again slightly short, and it's been cut away like a trace of bullet. The ball reaching the fence in no time at all. Even the slow motion showing the ball going at a very high pace. That is the amount of power that he has shown here, Krishiv. He scored 18 of the 27 deliveries, bulk of the scoring. Well, as you can see, The number of people, they're just turning in now as the night is getting bigger and bigger here in the Park Cricket League in the final, the season number 1. This time cut away straight to the fielder. Everyone just settling in here, trying to search for those chairs. And they are out here in numbers. And this number is only going to increase as the night progresses. Well, once again, another full toss by Krish Merchant. Pretty unlike him. And another quick single taken by Ayush Jain. Well, not quite able to middle the ball yet, Ayush Jain. He's been struggling somewhat. And he would be hoping to improve that strike rate. As you can see, out here in numbers, and still very early doors in this final. And this time it's gone straight up. Chance, keeper takes it. Another roots and ritual wicket for Krish Merchant. It's his second in this final, and that's the big wicket of Krishiv. He was looking very dangerous out there. And the Park VDC lose their second inside this power play. It's 29 for 2 now. Well, it was the last delivery of the power play rather. It went straight up, not quite able to middle it, top edge, and an easy take for the wicket keeper. And in a spot of bother now, the Park VDC, 29 for 2 at the end of the 4th. Right, then we continue now in this fifth over. It's Kishore Shah who is bowling this one. Time for some spin. Ayush Jain on strike, this time driven on the offside. But there is protection out there, so the fielding restrictions have now been uplifted. 5 fielders allowed outside the inner ring now. Well, this time a wide delivery. So Ankit Jain coming in here at number 4. Well, he is the captain and he is, without a doubt, the best player. And he needs to play a big innings here. This time cut away, but straight to the fielder at backward point. Well, once again cut away. And this time he will get off the mark, Ankit Jain. This time played nicely on that leg side. So happy to take those singles here after losing those couple of early wickets. And now one more delivery left in this fifth. Well, the Super Kings would feel that they are right on top in this one at the moment. They will be happy with the kind of the start. This time played nicely down the ground by Ankit Jain. That is now the end of the fifth with the score at 33 for 2. A decent over by Kishore Shah. Right, then we continue now in the sixth over, and it's Krish Merchant surprisingly continuing. Well, they want the wicket of Ankit Jain, it seems, desperately. Krish Merchant taking both the wickets that have fallen so far. Well, once again, just played on the leg side. Another single. Well, Ankit Jain is a very sensible and a cool and calm customer out there at the field. He's someone who will take his time out there. He will get his eye in before playing those big shots, and he will make sure that he plays a long innings. He's someone who likes to hang around, buy his time out there at the crease. Well, once again, just pushed on the leg side. Another single taken. Well, this time overthrows, and Ankit was off his charts straight away. He's ever lively. And these two, it seems like they've got their eye in here, both of them. Wanting to build a partnership, wanting to build a platform out there for the final few overs. Once again, nicely bowled, keeping the ball along the carpet. Another single taken. Once again, happy to knock it on that leg side. So one more delivery left now in this third over of Krish Merchant. He's been brilliant so far. 2 for 19 and it's 2.5. So can he close it out nicely, Krish Merchant? He's got a wicket in every single over that he's bowled so far. Well, not quite on this one. Nonetheless, once again, an excellent over. That is now the end of the sixth with the score at 39 for 2 for the Park VDC. Well, Kishore Shah continuing now in this seventh over. Well, this time a big appeal. Well, the umpire not interested. Once again, nicely bowled by Kishore Shah, and he's proving out to be very effective out here in this final. Well, the boundaries have dried up ever since Krishiv has left the crease. Well, this time pushed on the offside. Another dot delivery. And the pressure building here on the Park VDC. Well, the Super Kings in dreamland at the moment, you would feel. Once again, just played along the carpet on that leg side. Well, a brilliant over. Just two have come off it so far. So that is now the end of the 7th over, is it? Well, not quite so. One more delivery left. That's another swing and a miss. Once again, beautifully bowled. Now it is the end of the 7th with the score at 40 for 2 for the Park VDC. Alright, then change in the bowling. It's Dhruv who will bowl this 8th over. Well, we haven't seen him bowl much in this tournament so far. And he could be a bit of a surprise package out here. Pushed nicely on the offside. Well, he was brilliant in that eliminator up against the Park Jewels, where he played out an important hand with the bat. Well, it is the left-hand, right-hand combination, and it is something of a worry about for the bowlers. And that will be a wide delivery. Well, plenty of wides in this innings so far, and it has been all down to the left-hand, right-hand combination of the Park VDC. How often are we seeing the bowlers struggling? Well, once again, tossed up and wanting to drive once again. He's been struggling out there, and his struggles continue. Well, this time, good glove work out there by the wicket keeper. Well, that was a much better line as well by Dhruv. So no boundaries ever since the end of the power play as well. This time played straight towards the fielder at long off. Pranay out there in the deep. Just a single once again, bringing Ankit Jain back on strike. Well, finally we see Ayush Jain into the double figures. 10 of just 19 deliveries. And, well, he would be wanting to get some boundaries here. And this time he goes big. Well, it was a foolish delivery. And Ankit Jain has dispatched that one. He's deposited that one out of this ground. That's the first Black Sphere 6 of this big final. And no surprises that has come off the bat of the captain of the Park VDC, Ankit Jain. Brilliant strike. Well, once again tossed up. And he's gone for it again. It's a chance for the fielder. And he's taken it. Against the run of play. Big wicket in this final. It's the wicket of Ankit Jain. And look at those celebrations. They know how important that wicket is. Brilliantly taken by Pranay. And that's the big fish for the Park Super Kings. Well, once again, a similar kind of a delivery. The man with the golden arm, Dhruv, tossing that one up, tempting the batter to go for the big one, Ankit. And he's played that one straight down the throat of Pranay, who has held on to it superbly well. A pressure situation, a pressure catch, and superbly in. 3 gone now for the Park VDC. Well, in comes Vishal Gupta, gets off the mark instantly, brings up the 50 as well for the Park VDC. That is now the end of the 8th. A successful over for the Super Kings, 50 for 3 now. Well, as you can see, the fans of the Park VDC disappointed and in a spot of bother at the moment. Well, it's more than a spot of bother. Once again, beautifully bowled by Kishore Shah. Well, he's bowling his 3rd consecutive over, and that's exactly why. Once again, beats the batter. Completely undone with the pace. The ball just gets slow after the bounce. Well, this time pushed back to the bowler. And he wanted to take the single there, Vishal Gupta. Not sure exactly what he was seeing there. And sent back rightly so by Ayush Jain. Well, that could have been trouble for the Park VDC once again. Excellent stuff this by Kishore Shah. And the Park VDC under enormous pressure here. Well, once again, just pushed on the offside. Another single taken. So that single brings Ayush Jain back on strike. Well, once again played uppish, down the ground, straight to Pranay. Well, Ayush Jain, he might be on 11 of 20, but he holds the key at the moment. He needs to stay out there at the crease for as long as possible. Well, once again wanting to cut that one away. And once again he beats the batter. Beautifully bowled by Kishore Shah. Well, this time pushed straight to the fielder. So that is now the end of the ninth. Excellent once again by Kishore Shah. He's on 3 overs, none for 8. It is 52 for 3 now after 9. Well, Dhruv gets another one. That is the wicket of Ayush Jain. It's the opener. He was out there at the crease for quite a while. Couldn't quite get going. And Dhruv. Wow. Where has this one come from? 4 gone now for the Park VDC. Well, struck right in front and no surprises for the umpire to raise his finger. Dhruv getting his second, and they are now 52 for 4. The Park VDC in big trouble in this final of the Park Cricket League. Well, the umpires have also called for drinks meanwhile. Right then, in comes Vishal Gokani at number 6. So 2 Vishals out there at the crease. And can they do the trick here for the Park VDC? Well, they need a partnership for starters. They are in big trouble. How can they manage to get to a decent total? Well, there is a slip in place. This time hit hard through the offside. And he gets off the mark straight away, Vishal Gokani. A good positive shot up against Dhruv, who has got a couple for himself in this big final. A spell that he will remember for a long time. Well, he seems to be the man for the occasions. He played superbly well with the bat in that eliminator and now with the ball in this final. He's got a couple of wickets, and not only 2 ordinary wickets, he's got the big wicket of Ankit Jain. At the moment, another single taken off a thick inside edge towards long on. Well, this time it will be a wide delivery, or will it? Well, not quite so. It's a dot delivery, so one more delivery left. Maybe just flicking the pad on the way through. Well, once again, hit hard through the offside. Straight to the fielder out there in the deep. Another single taken. So now one more delivery left in this 10th. It's been brilliant by Dhruv. After this delivery, there will be a change of sides as well. And it's been pushed back to the bowler. That is now the end of the 10th with the score at 55 for 4 for the Park VDC. Well, we continue now in this 11th, and a quick single taken. A bit risky, but they make it in the end. Well, once again, just played on the offside by Vishal Gupta, straight to the fielder. And another dot delivery where Krish Merchant is into his final over, 2 for 20 in his 3.2. This time a quick single taken, slightly away from the fielder at point. Well, trying to rebuild at the moment, but they don't have a lot of time left in this innings already. Just 9.5 more overs left now. They are going at below 6 and over at the moment. Once again, beautifully bowled. And another dot delivery. Well, once again hit hard on that offside. Another single taken. Well, just the 3 fours and a 6 in this inning so far. Only 4 boundaries, only 4 black sphere boundaries so far. Along with those 4 roots and ritual wickets. And now one more delivery left in this Krish Merchant spell. And he's going to come around the wicket to the right-hander. Interesting strategy. And he's pushed that one on the offside. Another single. So just the 4 runs coming off the final over of Krish Merchant. Finishes spell at 4 overs 2 for 23. And at the end of the 11th now it is 59 for 4 for the Park VDC. Right then, it is going to be Dhyan finally to continue and cut away. And what a good shot by Vishal Gupta. Finally, a black sphere 4 for the Park VDC. And finally, some light in front of the VDC. Well, they need a plenty more of those. And that should just kickstart things for them. Beautifully cut away and finding the gap perfectly. Well, nicely played through the offside once again. This time a couple of runs taken. Well, this time a leading edge. And well, it's gone through the gap. Another single taken. Once again, just played on the leg side. Another single taken. Wow, what a delivery. Once again, Dian, this time a fuller length and a Yorker length almost, catching the batter by surprise. And it's been a good comeback after conceding that boundary. He's got one more left. Well, Dian has been slightly expensive at times, but he has been the wicket taker as well for the Super Kings. That is now the end of the 12th. Another dot delivery. It is 67 for 4 now for the Park VDC. Right then, Kishore Shah is back into the attack. And he gets another dot delivery to start off with. He's been very economical in this final. So far, none for 8. Going at less than 3 and over. Well, this time pushed on the leg side. Another single taken. Vishal Kokani bringing Vishal Gupta back on strike. And that's another dot delivery. He's been unplayable so far, Kishore Shah. Well, this time wanting to take that quick single. And they make it in the end. Well, very risky. But at the moment, just pushing on here. Well, once again, just playing that one on the offside. Another dot delivery. And now one more delivery left in this 13th. And that is now the end of the 13th over with the score at 69 for 4. And Kishore Shah completing his spell. Have a look at that. 4 overs, none for 10. Economy rate of just 2.5 and over. Well, that's another wicket. This time it's Dian who gets that one. Fifth one gone for the Park VDC. And it's Vishal Gokani this time. Well, completely undone by the spin there. And castled in the end. And Dian hits the timber. And the Park VDC lose their fifth. 70 for 5 now. And the struggles keep on continuing out here in this 14th over. Once again, beautifully bowled. Big shout. And given by the umpire. A late reaction. 2 and 2 for Dian. Wow, another roots and ritual wicket. And the VDC have lost their way. They're 6 down now. And they are falling like 9 pins. This time judged leg before wicket. Well, once again, it was the googly. Completely undone by the spin. Couldn't quite get back to ball. And the ball goes on and crashes onto the pad, which was definitely going to go on and hit the stumps. And Dian, well, he was pleading for the decision, and even the umpire having a smile about that one, the way he was appealing for it. And he's got 2 and 2, and he's on a hat-trick now. 70 for 6. Right, then hat-trick ball, and once again beautifully bowled, but won't quite get the hat-trick. He's got 2 more deliveries left now. Jigar Shah coming here at number 8 with the side in need of runs. Desperate need of runs. It's beaten the wicketkeeper this time, but the fielder at short third will collect it. Another dot. Well, this time a swing and a miss. And once again, excellent glove work by the wicketkeeper. Well, that's another dot delivery. What an over by Dian. Well, they were right on top in this one, the Super Kings, but Dian has just ensured that they have more than a foothold in this final. It's 70 for 6 now at the end of the 14th. Right then, another change in the bowling is going to be Dhawal to continue now in this 15th over. Hit hard through the offside. It was in the air and it's dropped. Well, that was a chance to get the wicket of Vishal Gupta. And my word, another misfield. It's a black sphere 4 for Vishal Gupta. A much needed one for the Park VDC. Well, fortuitous, but runs nonetheless. It does not matter how do they come. Well, a delivery where almost a wicket of the very first delivery for Dhawal. And to add insult to injury, a misfield as well by the fielder who just kicks it away for the boundary. Well, that was the catch drop, and then this was the fielding effort which he couldn't quite keep it in. The ball just running away to the boundary. Everything happening on that delivery. Well, once again played on the offside. This time an important hand onto it. And a single taken. So Jigar Shah is back on strike, who is yet to get at the mark here. Well, you have seen just 6 boundaries in this inning so far. 5 fours and a 6. And they need a plenty more of those here in the final few overs. They have already lost 6 wickets though. Wickets not quite on this side. Another single taken. Playing that one on that leg side. This time it struck the pad, and once again a big appeal where it was angling down that leg side. So given not out by the umpire, and they scamper across for a quick single. This time a swing and a miss. The wicketkeeper also misses it. And another single taken in terms of a bye this time. Right then, one more delivery left now in this 15th. Dhawal has conceded 7. And once again over the infield, and that will race away to the boundary. One bounce and over the rope. Another boundary for Vishal Gupta. Another black sphere 4. And just the kind of the over that they needed. 11 coming off it in the end. Well, they need a few more overs like these, and they could be right on course to get somewhere close to that 140 mark maybe. That is now the end of the 15th with the score at 82 for 6. So Dian continuing here in this over number 16. Just 5 more overs left. We are into the slog overs. And they desperately need some 4s and 6s here, the Park VDC. There's no point hanging around. They need to try and make sure that they push somewhere to that 140 mark. If not 140, maybe at least 130 the least. 29 more deliveries left in the innings, and they have to make it count. They need Vishal Gupta to be on strike for as many deliveries as possible. This time pushed on the offside. Another quick single taken. And the Super Kings, well, they will not mind this at all. Well, this time it was short. It's gone high. Fielder underneath will just watch it sailing over it. A maximum for Jigar Shah. A black sphere 6. Well, the shorter boundaries and he's taking full advantage of it. Well, it was a loosener in the end by Diyan. A delivery that shot giving an ample of time to the batter. And Jigar Shah, well, he's dispatched that one beautifully in the end. He's got 6. Well, this time wanting to play it behind square, a big appeal. But this time the umpire says it was going outside the off stump. So a dot delivery for Diyan. And Jigar Shah, well, he's wanting to play it behind square on the leg side because there's literally no one out there. There is a deep square leg and then there's the wicket keeper. That is how big the gap that is. No one at fine leg. This time pushed on the offside. Another single. So that is now the end of the 16th, is it? Well, not quite. So still one more delivery left. And Vishal Gupta will be on strike for it. Diyan, well, he's 2 for 18 now and is 2.5. Once again, another bowler who has been economical today. This time cut away and cut away very well. Another boundary. Another black sphere 4 for Vishal Gupta. Well, all of a sudden they are getting those boundaries in, which can hurt the Super Kings. These are very important runs for the Park VDC. Crucial runs at the back end of this innings. And that is now the end of the 16th. Right then, Pranay Chaudhary back into the attack and it went straight up in the air and somehow it lands safely. A lucky break for Jigar Shah. Well, we are into the final few overs of this innings. Just another 23 more deliveries left. Well, runner ball will get them to 118 and the Park VDC would be wanting to have a little more than that. Maybe somewhere in excess of 130. If they can push to 140, they will be very happy. And we have seen glimpses in the last over by Jigar Shah and Vishal Gupta showing that they are more than capable of getting their side to that 140 mark. This time a low full toss played on the offside. Nicely along the carpet. Single taken. Well, this time a swing and a miss, wanting to cut that one away, and the batter not happy at all. He feels it should have been given as a wide. Vishal Gupta. And Pranay gets away with it. Gets a dot delivery. Well, this time a very good shot, but finds the fielder out there in the deep. Just a single. Once again, an excellent delivery. Beautifully done by Pranay. And this time an excellent shot by Jigar Shah. He gets the boundary that they needed of the last delivery of the over, where it was a very tight over by Pranay Chaudhary up until then. And playing that one over the fielder inside the circle. An excellent cover drive. So that is now the end of the 17th with the 100 up for the Pak VDC. It's 101 for 6 now. Wow, what a start to this 18th. It's Dhruv who is continuing and beautifully dispatched. This time it's Vishal Gupta, another black sphere 4. And they continue to get these important runs. Well, this might be a very crucial partnership in this Pak Cricket League season number 1. Brilliantly placed by Vishal Gupta. Well, this time cut away, went straight to the fielder. And they get across for a quick single. So Vishal Gupta getting Jigar Shah back on strike, who has hit a 6 already. They have had only a couple of sixes in this inning so far. How would they love to add a few more? Once again, just pushed on the offside. Another quick single taken. Well, Dhruv has been a wild card, hasn't he, with the ball here? Well, this time he misses out and given us a no ball by the umpire. So now an opportunity with a free hit for the Pak VDC. It's going to be Vishal Gupta on strike. And all of a sudden, they can close in on that 120 mark if he can connect this one, Vishal Gupta. A big chance. Well, he's missed out. It's gone straight to the fielder. So gets away with the free hit there, Dhruv. Superbly bowled. A good comeback after bowling that no ball. And now 2 more deliveries left. Once again played down the ground and it's beaten the fielder at mid-off. It will run away to the boundary by Jigar Shah. Another boundary this 18th. And this is turning out to be an expensive over once again. What a partnership this is for the Pak VDC. They were struggling when they were 6 down. And all of a sudden these runs are helping them get back into it. They were 70 for 6, remember. They have added 43, these two. 19 coming off the bat of Jigar Shah. 36 for Vishal Gupta. And still 13 more deliveries left in the innings. 12-0 from here on gets them to 139. It's a big heave chance with a run out, and they make it in the end. So another single. That is now the end of the 18th with a score at 114 for 6 for the Park VDC. Right then, Pranay is going to bowl this penultimate over of the innings. It's a swing and a miss. Beautifully bowled. And they need a tight over now, the Park Super Kings, because the Park VDC, they are creeping back into it. This partnership has been brilliant so far. It's worth 44. Still another 11 more deliveries left. Can they get a few boundaries here? At least 4 of them maybe from here on. That's another swing and a miss. And, well, the wicketkeeper, wanting to run him out, ends up giving away an extra run, and they are now coming back for the second thanks to the overthrow. Wow. So a couple of runs, couple of byes is what they get. And Pranay Chaudhary, well, he's not impressed at all with his wicketkeeper. Well, charging down the wicket, wanting to run him out. Breaking the stumps, and good awareness there by the non-striker. He was early onto it. The throw not quite on target, and they get that extra second as well. So once again, some more crucial runs for the Park VDC, and they are making a game out of this one, and they have to. It's the final, of course. Well, you would feel that the Park Super Kings maybe are taking things a bit lightly now, considering that they are in a very good position. Well, this time it will be a wide. So some extra runs. And they will be very happy with this, the Park VDC. Well, this time it's gone in the air and played on that leg side. Another single. Well, this time hit hard in the air and it's dropped. Well, this partnership is going along ever so well, and they have dropped another one here. Well, that was a chance. Nonetheless, they get another single in, and that single brings Jigar Shah back on strike, who has been striking the ball nicely. But this time he misses out once again, and missed by the wicket-keeper as well. That will race away to the boundary, will it? Well, not quite so. The fielder cuts that one off. And an extra run once again. Well, an over where they're getting a lot of extras, the Park VDC. On to the 120 mark now. And still 7 more deliveries left. Well, they are in search of those boundaries here, the Park VDC. How many more can they get from here on? How much more can they push? Pranay Chaudhary into the last delivery of his spell. And this time hit hard, and he will get a boundary. Finally a boundary in this 19th. It's a black sphere 4. Crunched through that offside. And Pranay Chaudhary, well, he will finish wicketless today. None for 28 though in his 4. Very economical once again. And at the end of the 19th, now it's 124 for 6, heading into the last over of the innings. Right, then it is going to be Dhruv, surprisingly, to bowl this last over. It's a low full toss and it's through the gap. Another boundary for Jigar Shah. Another black sphere 4. Wow! This partnership is now worth 58. Well, talk about recovery. This is more than a recovery. They are right back into this. The Park VDC. They have a very good bowling attack. And if they can somehow get past the total of 140, they would feel that they are very much in this game. And this time behind square. But straight to the fielder. Quick single taken. And that single will bring Vishal Gupta back on strike. 4 more deliveries left. Well, in any final, runs on the board are always crucial. It's the scoreboard pressure that kicks in, and they would be wanting to try and make sure that they post something decent and bowl really well inside that power play, which will get them right back on top. And meanwhile, it's a shot in the air and it's taken. So another wicket for Dhruv. Finally, they have broken this partnership, the Park Super Kings. The partnership worth 59 for the 7th wicket. And it's Vishal Gupta who has to depart here. An outstanding innings of 41 under pressure. Crucial 41 runs for his side. And it's 129 for 7 now. Well, it was an opportunity to hit that one long. Well, not long enough in the end. And superbly taken by Krish Merchant. Safe pair of hands. Right then, in comes Naresh at number 9. Well, Dhruv has enjoyed himself out there with the ball. He might be slightly expensive, but he's taken 3 wickets. 3 for 31 in his 3.5 overs. 129 for 7, the Park VDC. Well, trying to stay in this game. Well, remember, it's a greener pitch compared to the games previously. Once again, a big appeal. Chance of a run out, and, well, he's made it. Wow. Excellent piece of running. And Jigar Shah, he's somehow managed to get himself back on strike. Given as leg by the umpire. So into the 130s, 2 more deliveries for Jigar Shah. Can he get a couple of more boundaries? Which will be a decent total. It won't be a match-winning score, but it will be something to bowl at for the bowlers. Right then, Dhruv against Jigar Shah. Charging down the wicket. Chance of a stumping and excellent glove work. And the Park VDC lose their 8th. Dhruv gets his 4th. And not quite able to push on in this final over. Beats the batter for pace. And in the end, Jigar Shah, well, he was charging down the wicket, wanting to get a big shot in. Couldn't quite. And it's 130 for 8 now. A roots and ritual wicket. Right then, heading into the last delivery. Opportunity for Dhruv to get a fifer. Can he? And he has. He's got a 5-wicket haul in this final. Dhruv Mehta, the man with the golden arm, strikes once again. 3 wickets in that last over. 130 for 9 is what the Park VDC finish at. And the Super Kings, well, they will feel that 131 should not be a problem for them at all when they come out to chase. Outstanding bit of bowling by Dhruv, getting a 5-wicket haul to his name. And the Park VDC will be mightily disappointed with the performance put up. So 131 required of 120 deliveries for the Park Super Kings to win the season number 1 of the Park Cricket League. And we will be back for the chase in a short while from now. Right then, we are back here for the chase. The target 131 for the Park Super Kings to lift the Park Cricket League season number 1. And the Park VDC, well, they would be wanting to bowl well, especially inside the power play overs. The first 4 overs being the power play overs. And they would be wanting to get some early wickets. And especially the man on strike with those long levers, Gadiya. He has been sensational throughout the tournament. And he is someone, if he plays out at least 5 overs, he will get them to a total of somewhere around 50 and 60 and the game will be done and dusted. So the wicket of Dian, the most crucial out here in this chase for the Park VDC. Well, just 130 on the board and the Park VDC will have to bowl really well. Well, they were the table toppers in the league stages and they need to prove it why they were the table toppers. They won the qualifier game as well, beating the Super Kings. So here we go then. The chase has begun and starts off with a wide delivery. And Dian, well, straight away wanting to play that one through the offside. Beautifully bowled there. Well, it seems like Dian showing his intentions even on a wide delivery. Straight away wanting to play that one hard through the offside. This time shot. It's gone up in the air and it's landed safely. Well, he gets away with it in the end, Dian, and he gets a single. So he gets off the mark. And he brings Kishore Shah on strike. Kishore Shah, who bowled that very underrated spell, 4 overs, none for 10. He did not get any wickets, but he gave away just the 10 runs in his 4 overs. And Kishore Shah, well, he has had his part played already in this final and now wanting to do a job with the bat, supporting Dian at the moment, who is on strike for the first time in this final. Well, how often do we see 4 overs, none for 10, where forget about a T20 game, we hardly ever see that in an ODI game as well. A figure that is seen most probably in Test cricket, 4 overs, none for 10. And if you take out his 4 overs, the Park VDC has scored 120 in the 16 overs, which is a big difference. Meanwhile, an excellent delivery by Krishiv. Wanting to cut that one away, Kishore Shah. Well, wanting to start on the front foot, and it's important for the Super Kings that they stay ahead in this game. They don't give away any kind of overs which are in 2s and 3s and keep things tight. Allow them to keep things tight, which will increase the run rate. Once again, beautifully bowled by Krishiv. Very close to finding the outside edge on that occasion. And another dot delivery. So yet to get off the mark here, Kishore Shah. Well, it's a green top pitch. And you can see there is something in there for the bowlers. So they would be wanting to make things difficult. Another big swing. Wanting to play that one through the offside. Beats the batter again. 3 consecutive dots for Krishiv in this very first over. Brilliant bit of bowling this. That's 4 consecutive dot deliveries now. Well, an appeal by Krishiv, but it was nowhere close to the bat. And he's enjoying this very first over, Krishiv, isn't he? Well, Kishore yet to get off the mark here. facing 4 consecutive dot deliveries and 4 big swings. 4 wild swings of the bat, you would feel. Maybe would be just wanting to just push it on the offside or on the leg side and get that single in, get himself off the mark, ease his nerves. Well, it is a pressure situation. The Park VDC do have those runs on the board. Well, this time it struck the pad. Big appeal. And the umpire, well, he says no in the end. Maybe just a bit too high. Nonetheless, that's the end of the first over. Excellent first over by Krishiv. At the end of the first, 2 without a wicket for the Super Kings. Right then, Jigar Shah is going to continue in this second over. And it will be Dian who will be on strike. Well, Dian straight away showed his intent, wanting to start on the front foot inside the power play. Well, a very good delivery, pushed on that leg side, single taken by Dian. Well, Dian will know it is important for him to stay out there at the crease. Can't afford to lose his wicket early. And meanwhile, he is the big fish for the Park VDC. They need him as quickly as possible. And Ankit Jain, the captain, will be very aware of how important that wicket is. Meanwhile, Kishore Shah back on strike, who is at the moment having a swing at everything. Maybe would be wanting to change that. And he does that. Played nicely on the offside. And he gets off the mark in this final. And that will ease his nerves a little. That single also brings Dian back on strike. And he's gone through. Jigar Shah hits the timber. And the Super Kings lose their first. It is Dian who departs. Big moment in this final. And they're right back into this one now, the Park VDC. They will definitely feel that. Some crucial runs at the back end of the innings. And an early breakthrough. And it's just a breakthrough. It's the big wicket of Dian, who has been superb throughout this tournament. Well, wanting to smash that one through the offside, completely misses it. And the first one gone for the Super Kings and the Park VDC. What a start for them in this innings. 4 for 1 now. A roots and ritual wicket for Jigar Shah. Well, in comes Sujan Sangvi at number 3. Well, how are your nerves? Sujan, what a shot! Brilliant shot! How about that? A boundary of the very first delivery here. Black Sphere 4. And he gets things up and running for the Park Super Kings. Beats the man at mid-off. It was Ankit Jain on that occasion. And the first boundary of this innings. Well, they might have lost the big wicket of Diana early on, but they need to keep on batting here sensibly. It is not a big total. Once again beats the batter. So now one more delivery left in the second. Outstanding stuff this by Jigar Shah as well. Beautiful with the new ball. And once again beats the batter. So that is now the end of the second over with the score at 8-1 for the Park Super Kings. A successful over for the Park VDC. Well, as you can see, the crowd has filled in now here for this big final. And the numbers, well, they are going to continue to keep on increasing here. And it seems like we are heading in for a cracker. This time nicely tucked away. The wicketkeeper is after it. Putting a slide in. They're coming back for the second, and my word, that was a whisker away from the stumps. Well, luckily a couple of runs taken for the Park Super Kings, almost losing the second. Excellent work done there by the wicketkeeper. Well, there was never a second there. And the fielder, well, he's made a total mess of it. Had he collected that one, it would have been certainly a run out. Well, once again, beautifully bowled. Well, once again beats the batter, beautifully bowled. Excellent stuff this by Krishiv. He's conceded just the 2 runs so far in his 1.5 overs. Well, the Super Kings are struggling in this chase at the moment. Well, this can happen, and usually when you see scores like 130 or odd, a couple of big overs really turn things around, and that is what they need, the Park Super Kings. But at the moment, they can't really afford to do that. Don't want to lose too many wickets up front. And this time, an excellent shot, but straight to the fielder. Nothing doing for the batter. Another dot delivery for Krishiv, who's been brilliant with the new ball here. He's applied the pressure and Jigar Shah has taken the wicket. Kishore Shah at the moment on just the 1 run of 10 deliveries. Struggling at the moment. Make that one of 11 now. Well, he was very economical with the ball, but at the moment he is not doing himself any favours. He's just giving it right back to the opposition. He gave away just the 10 runs in his 24 deliveries, and at the moment he's on 1 run of 11. So it's totally being nullified at the moment. All the hard work done earlier on. One more delivery left in this third, and Krishiv, another dot delivery will get him a maiden over. Can he get it? Well, the Park VDC straight away have shown why they were the table toppers. This time it struck the pad, big appeal, but it was always angling down the leg side, and they get across for a single. Will that be given as a leg bye? Yes, it will be. So Krishiv eventually gets a maiden over in this final, and at the end of the third now it is 11 for 1 for the Park Super Kings. Right then, it is going to be the captain himself with the ball now. Ankit Jain bowling this fourth over. Well, a brilliant over, the previous one by Krishiv. Getting a maiden over. This time pushed on the offside. Quick single taken. A bit risky. But Kishore Shah finally gets another run off his bat. Well, once again, beautifully bowled. Angling that one away from the right-handed batter. And it's an excellent start this for the Park VDC. And this time pushed on the offside. Well, maybe there was a chance at the non-striker's end for a moment, but the fielder taking his time, and they get across for a single eventually. So another single for Sujan. In fact, his first single. And that single brings Kishore Shah back on strike, who is at the moment struggling inside this power play. Well, the Park Super Kings were 29 for 2 after their first 4. Once again, beautifully bowled, finding a lot of turn. And finding a lot of revs on the delivery as well. And a lot of encouraging signs this for the Park VDC. Once again pushed on the leg side. Mix up, run out. Excellent work by the wicket keeper. And they have thrown a wicket away here, the Park Super Kings. They lose their second. Well, the pressure was building. There was never a run there, never. And what's happening out there with the Park Super Kings? The Park VDC, they find themselves right on top in this game now. Another one gone. Excellent glove work in the end. Having the awareness not to throw the ball and run at the stumps. And the Super Kings are now 13 for 2 in this final. Right then, 13 for 2. And in comes Dhruv Mehta. And they wouldn't have thought even in their wildest dreams, the Super Kings, that they would be 13 for 2 at the end of the fourth. Once again, an excellent over. Just the 2 runs coming off it by Ankit Jain. And a long way behind in this game now, the Park Super Kings. Right then, Krishev is going to continue after bowling that maiden over. 13 for 2, the Park Super Kings struggling. Excellent bit of fielding of his own bowling. Brilliantly done. Another dot delivery. And the pressure just keeps on rising, especially on Kishore Shah. He is at the moment on 2 of 16 deliveries. Just not quite able to get away. Another swing and a miss. Another dot delivery. Well, talk about being economical. How about this by Krishiv? 2.3 overs, just the 2 runs conceded so far. And Kishore Shah, who gave away just the 10 runs in his 4 overs, has given everything back here. He scored 2 of 18 now. And the Park VDC, well, they have nullified that mistake that they made with the bat early on. Well, this time it struck the pad. Big appeal. And the umpire says no. Well, they scamper across for a single in the end. And Krishiv cannot believe how has the finger not been raised by the umpire. Given as a leg by in the end. Well, runs are coming very difficult now for the Park Super Kings. Another leg by in. Well, that too because the bowler was interested in appealing rather than collecting the ball. Well, talk about the asking rate. At the start of the innings, it was 6.55 and now it has jumped up to 7.63. And it just keeps on going up with every single delivery, with every single dot ball that has been bowled by Krishiv. Going at just 1.8 and over. In fact, 3 and over. And Krishiv at the moment is bowling at less than 1 and over. Once again pushed back to the bowler. Another dot delivery. Well, can Krishiv get another maiden over for himself? He is right on top of his game at the moment. He has conceded those leg buys and buys, so it won't quite go in his account. Once again pushed on the offside, and they scamper across, so it won't be a maiden over, but once again an excellent over by Krishiv, just the 2 runs coming off it. And at the end of the 5th now, it is 15 for 2 for the Park Super Kings in big, big trouble. Right then, Ankit Jain will continue now. 15 for 2 after 5. Alone, and it beats the wicketkeeper as well and will run away to the boundary. A black sphere 4. Well, that's the first one of this innings. In fact, the second one and the first one in terms of buys. Missed completely by the wicketkeeper. And Ankit Jain, well, he's not happy at all with his keeper. Well, not sure what exactly the discussion is about. Well, in fact, that boundary has been nullified. Not sure exactly why. We will have that updated for you shortly. Well, in fact, the decision came because no shot was offered on that delivery. This time played on the leg side. A quick single taken. Well, Dhruv holds the key, doesn't he? He played exceptionally well in that eliminator up against the Park Jewels and needs to do a job once again for his side. Still 115 away. Well, the asking rate is still below that 8-run mark. 7.93 at the moment. Once again pushed on the offside, straight to the fielder. Another dot delivery for Ankit Jain. Well, how economical have these bowlers been today? Well, the only bowler who wasn't economical today was Dhruv, and he ended up getting 5 wickets for himself. So there is a lot in this pitch for the bowlers. Well, this time it's gone straight up. Chance. And the keeper has dropped it. Would you believe it? How often do we see that? The man with the gloves. Well, completely misjudged that one. And Ankit Jain also, the captain himself, cannot believe it. What has happened there? Well, that was an easy chance. And he went for the reverse cup surprisingly with those gloves on. Not sure exactly what was happening there, and a couple of runs taken by Kishore Shah, who's moved on to 4 now of 21 deliveries. Struggles for him continuing. This time a wide delivery by Ankit Jain. So a catch drop and now a wide. So a bit of fortune out here now for the Park Super Kings. This time it struck the pad. Big appeal. And the umpire says no. Well, a wild throw by the fielder. Ankit Jain once again not happy at all with his teammate. That is now the end of the 6th with the score at 19 for 2 for the Park Super Kings. Right then, Jigar Shah will continue, who took the opening wicket. Well, this is more than a start for the Park VDC. Just what they needed. In fact, they're deciding to go with Ayush Jain at the moment, who also had a dismal performance with the bat, striking at only 50, scoring those 10 runs in 20 odd deliveries. Right then, continuing with spin. 19 for 2 at the moment after 6. Well, straight away a big swing, thick outside edge, and that will trickle away to the boundary. A black sphere 4 off the bat of Dhruv. A much needed one. Well, not quite where he intended, but it does not matter, does it? 4 crucial runs for the Park Super Kings. This time he connects, and it will go all the way. The first black sphere 6 of the innings. And all of a sudden, 10 runs of just 2 deliveries eases a lot of pressure on the Park Super Kings. Well, this time a much better delivery by Ayush Jain, pulling his length back, and he beats the batter. Well, another dot delivery. So a good comeback this by Ayush Jain after conceding at 6. Another dot delivery. This time he leaves it alone, and that will the dots. It will be at the end of the 7th. Now it is 29 for 2 for the Park Super Kings. Well, Jigar Shah continuing now in this 8th over. Single taken by Kishore Shah. Well, once again hit hard by Dhruv. And good bit of fielding out there in the end. Manages to stop it. Single taken. So exactly 100 more required from here on for the Park Super Kings. 100 required of 76 deliveries with 8 wickets in hand. And this partnership at the moment is going along nicely here. Well, this time he beats the batter. Beautifully bowled. Well, Jigar Shah had that important hand with the bat at the back end of the innings. And now doing a very good job with the ball as well. Getting a wicket in his very first over. And this time it's gone straight up in the air. Chance for the fielder. And he's dropped it. Would you believe it? That should have been taken, and that should have been the wicket of Kishore Shah. Another lucky break for Kishore Shah. He's been dropped here for the second time. And how costly will that be? Only time will tell. Well, he might be struggling with the bat at the moment. Well, is that a blessing in disguise as well for the Park VDC? Moves on to 6 of 25 deliveries, Kishore Shah. At the moment, just not quite able to get the middle of the bat. And you would feel that maybe it's good for the Park VDC to keep him on strike at the moment with the way he has been batting. Well, he's been dropped for the second time, Kishore Shah. Well, less than 100 required finally for the Park Super Kings. This time a thick outside edge. And he finds the man out there at third man region. Another single taken. Well, Dhruv at the moment is wanting to smack the ball at everything. Be it short or full, be it wide or straight, or even be it fast or slow. He is swinging at everything at the moment. Once again, he beats the batter. Beautifully bowled, bowling that wide Yorker. And another dot delivery up against Kishore Shah. And that is in fact the end of the 8th over as well, with the score at 33 for 2 for the Park Super Kings. Well, this time cut away. And it went straight to the fielder. Ayush Jain continuing after conceding those 10 runs of his very first 2 deliveries and then those 4 dot deliveries. Bowling the 6th over. That single brings Kishore Shah on strike. And once again he goes big. And finally Kishore Shah connects one. It's a black sphere 6. And maybe the ploy to go with Ayush Jain is not quite working out for the Pak VDC. And this partnership is going along superbly well. Brilliant strike that. And that will give him a lot of confidence. He has been struggling out there, Kishore Shah. He's got a couple of lifelines. And now he's making them pay for it. This time much better. Pulling his length back a little. Taking a quick single. Once again hit hard. Wow, what a catch. Unbelievable by Ayush Jain. Where does that one come from? And he's got the big wicket of Dhruv Mehta. Well, that could be, or in fact it should be the catch of the tournament. Unbelievable take. He's just plucked the apple out of the tree. Well, not the best of the deliveries. It was hit very hard. And have a look at that reaction time. And Ayush Jain, who was turning out to be very expensive, has taken a wicket. Well, a catch you would be wanting to watch over and over again. And those reactions tell you all the story of what has happened out there. Unbelievable. Well. The Pak VDC getting a wicket just when they needed it. 41 for 3 now. The Pak Super Kings still 90 away from this target. 90 required from 68. And in comes Pranay Chaudhary at number 5. Well, Dhruv was looking very dangerous out there. And they've got maybe the wicket of the right man as well, you would say. The Pak VDC starts off with a dot delivery. Pranay pushing that one back to the bowler. Once again, he beats the batter. That is now the end of the 9th with the score at 41 for 3 for the Pak Super Kings. This time it's given. Wow, another wicket. It's Bhavik who comes in, bowls his first delivery, and he gets the wicket of Kishore Shah. Well, let's have a look at that one once again. It came as a bit of a surprise that the umpire raised his finger. Well, yeah, he came quite a way across towards the off stump, and rightly so, given out by the umpire. Fourth one gone. And the Park VDC, well, they are right on top now. It's 41 for 4 now, the Park Super Kings. Right then, in comes Krish Merchant at number 6. And a lot relies on this young man. 41 for 4, having their backs against the wall in this final of the season number 1 of the Park Cricket League. 90 runs away from 64 deliveries. And the two bowlers who bowl with the new ball, Krish Merchant and Pranay Chaudhary, have a job to do with the bat. Well, they have been superb in bowling partnerships, and they have to be good with the bat here. This time a wide delivery by Bhavik. So an extra run and an extra delivery as well, of course. Well, that's another wide delivery. And they scamper across as well. The wicketkeeper not quite able to collect it. So 3 extras conceded by Bhavik. And that will bring also Pranay back on strike. This time hit hard, but straight to the fielder. A cracking stroke for nothing. Well, this time hit hard, and he has hit his own teammate. And that is going to sting a little for Krish Merchant. It was hit really hard. And we hope that he's all right. And we will also have the physio running in on the pitch from Physio Rhythm. Thanks to the sponsors of Physio. He will be getting some attention out there, and it seems like he's all right, which is good to see. Nonetheless, another dot delivery. Well, this time cut away, and it's cut away for a boundary. Pranay Chaudhary gets off the mark in some style. Beautifully played behind square. Beats the fielder at short third. And an excellent boundary. So one more delivery left now in this 10th over. And that's another dot delivery. So that is now the end of the 10th with the score at 48 for 4 for the Park Super Kings. Well, a back-to-back dot deliveries now for Ayush Jain. And this time hit hard. What a strike. Brilliant by Krish Merchant over the fielder at long off. A black sphere 6. And that also brings up the 50. And a lot of hopes for the Pak Super Kings. Excellent ball striking. And all of a sudden some crucial runs. Well, once again, nicely bowled. So a good comeback after conceding that 6. This time cut away, but once again straight to the fielder. Mix up and they make it in the end. Well, a bit risky, but some runs nonetheless. So one more delivery left now in this 11th. Well, once again played uppishly down the ground. And another single taken. So that is now the end of the 11th. 8 runs coming off it. 56 for 4. Now the Pak Super Kings. Right then, Bhavik continuing now in this 12th. 75 required from 54 deliveries to secure the Pak Cricket League season number 1. And the Pak VDC on the other end searching for more wickets. They need 6 more. And he starts off with a wide delivery. Well, this is the most crucial partnership now for the Pak Super Kings. And this time it's beaten the fielder at short third. It will run away to the boundary. Another Blackshear 4. 4 more fortuitous run for the Park Super Kings. A thick outside edge beats the wicketkeeper. And it's just found the gap perfectly. Just what they needed, the Park Super Kings. Just easing a lot of pressure. All of a sudden, runs are slightly easier to come by for the Park Super Kings. Well, this time hit hard, driven. And the fielder at long off does really well to stop that one. He's kept it down to just 1. Once again, nicely played, but for nothing. This time just a single. Well, once again, not the best of the deliveries. It is given as a no ball by the umpire. So an extra run, extra delivery, and the extra delivery is going to be a free hit. Well, a wayward delivery, wanting to smash that one through the leg side. Well, he misses out on the free hit there, Krish Merchant. It was a big chance. And nicely bowled by Bhavik in the end. A good comeback. Once again played nicely on the leg side. Another single taken. So that is now the end of the 12th with the score at 66 for 4 now for the Park Super Kings. Well, once again wides, and that is running away, but the fielder as well. Gets across, and they come back for the second as well. So 3 extra runs to the total. Ankit Jain continuing here in this 13th. He's come back into the attack in search of a wicket, and not the best of the starts for him. Well, 62 more required from 48, and once again, you would be fancying the batting team from here on. But cricket is a very funny game. And once again behind square, it goes right through. Another black sphere 4. And they are inching closer now. Well, once again fortuitous for the Super Kings, and now at the moment everything is going in their favour. So all of a sudden 7 runs of one delivery coming for the Park Super Kings. Well, Krish Merchant did the job in the previous game. In fact, the game before that one, where they were struggling, losing wickets at the other end, and he had to be the architect at the back end of the innings. And he is doing exactly that once again. This time much better by Ankit Jain. Once again just pushed on the offside. Playing it along the carpet. Once again just pushed back to the bowler. This time straight to the fielder. So another dot delivery for Ankit Jain. And this time the fielder at short third is much more finer. A good throw. And an extra run is what they will get. Overthrows. 2 more runs added to the total. And at the moment, nothing going in the favour of the Park VDC. That is the end of the 13th now, with the score at 76 for 4. So Vishal Gupta will continue, and it's been struck hard and on the bounce for the fielder. Well, Ayush Jain on that occasion collects it, and just a single. So that single brings Pranay back on strike. And this time an excellent shot. It's gone all the way. A black sphere 6 for Pranay Chaudhary. Brilliant strike. Tossed up delivery. And the boys who start with the new ball for the Park Super Kings are doing the job with the bat here. Well, 131 was always not going to be too big, and this time another boundary, another black sphere 4 for Pranay Chaudhary. 10 runs and 2 deliveries once again. And they are bringing these runs down easily now. Remarkable chase this, considering they had that slow start inside that power play. They were struggling. They were 19 for 2 after the first 6. And this time just played on the leg side, straight to the man out there in the deep. Just a single. Once again, just pushed on the offside mix-up, run-out chance. And he's made it back on time. Sent back at the right time by Pranay Chaudhary. Well, a run-out at this moment will be disastrous for the Park Super Kings. They don't need that. And now one more delivery left in this 14th. Nicely cut away. Well, the chase is on. And the ball finds the boundary. Another black sphere 4. Beautifully placed by Chris Merchant. 16 runs coming off that over. And it's turned the game on its head. The Park Super Kings once again right on top in this one. And it is 92 for 4 now. Well, Jigar Shah continuing once again behind square. Another boundary. Another black sphere 4. And they are cruising now here. A thick inside edge. Well, once again fortuitous. And the fortune continues to favor the Park Super Kings out here at the Khalsa Cricket Ground as they are inching closer and closer to make history in the Park Cricket League. Well, now they need a runner ball from here on the Park Super Kings. 35 required of 35. This time nicely punched off the back foot. Single taken. Well, this time nicely played towards the fielder. A short third. Another quick single taken. Well, this time a swing and a miss, wanting to cut that one away through the offside. And a dot delivery for Jigar Shah. Well, this time cut away. And he finds the fielder. Once again, another single. Ankit Jain not happy with himself. He's allowed them to get across. So one more delivery left in the 15th, and it's an excellent one once again by Jigar Shah. So that is now the end of the 15th over with the score at 99 for 4 for the Park Super Kings. Alright, then we continue here. Ankit Jain into his final over. Well, this is the over for the Park VDC, which will definitely decide their fate. If it's a big one, they might have to go packing back home without anything. But if this over, they just manage to break this partnership, they can get themselves back into this one. Another swing and a miss. Beautifully bowled by Ankit Jain. Well, this time finding a lot of turn. And they get across and given as a wide as well by the umpire. And he's annoyed with himself, Ankit Jain. And also the 100 is up for the Park Super Kings. 101 for 4 now. Big cheer from the crowd there. As the 100 is up, just 30 more needed now from 28 deliveries. Well, this time nicely cut away. Single taken out there in the deep. All of a sudden that wide just nullifies those couple of dots. And the pressure is back on Ankit Jain, who needs a wicket here desperately. He needs to break this partnership. It's the captain himself. He has it in his hands. Played nicely on the leg side. Played late. Another single taken. And these two know exactly how crucial it is to stay without giving away a wicket in this over. Because Ankit Jain, he is the master of these situations. This time nicely pushed on the offside. Another single taken. And now one more delivery left. Well, this time Pranay not quite ready. So Ankit Jain will have to reload that one. And once again beaten for the spin. What a delivery by Ankit Jain. But he won't quite get the wicket. Finishes the spell. 4 overs, none for 21. And at the end of the 16 now it's 104 for 4. 27 required of the last 4. Right then, 27 required of 24, and these two have decided to take the power surge. So just the 2 fielders allowed outside the inner ring. Well, there is a deep extra cover in place and also long off to whom he has played at the moment. Krish Merchant, single taken of the very first delivery. Well, the power surge at times can go against the batting team. We have seen that before. And we have also seen that a lot of times in the Big Bash. And it could be something that might give hope to the Park VDC if they can get those few dot balls in and then a wicket where they try to play those big shots, try to finish it off early. They can try and creep back here. At the moment, it's Jigar Shah bowling this one. He is into his final over, 1 for 18 for him in his 3.1. It's an outside edge and somehow managed to get a single, does he? Well, a direct hit. Good backing up in the end. A direct hit was required. Another single taken. Well, this time he beats the batter. Well, maybe a mix-up, and in the end, they steal a single. Well, a bit risky, but they make it in the end. Well, that is literally the last thing that the Park Super Kings need, is to try and give away a run out. These two have been going along very nicely, Pranay and Krish, scoring 31 and 23 respectively. So far, it's been a brilliant partnership. It's worth 66 at the moment. And this time hit hard through the offside. And it's beaten the fielder out there in the deep. Would you believe it? That should have been stopped. And 4 more runs to the total for the Park Super Kings. It's another black sphere 4. Well, the awkward bounce, awkward spin does the fielder in the end. And they're now just 20 runs away from creating history, the Park Super Kings. This time a low full toss played on the leg side. And the fielder will this time stop it. Well, a bit nervy in the end, but they make it. So, well, they need a runner ball from here on. 19 required of 19. 1 more delivery left in the 17th. So 1 more delivery left in this Jigar Shah over, and he gets a dot delivery. Well, almost chopping it on there, Krish Merchant. Well, it's a dot delivery nonetheless. At the end of the 17th, now it's 112 for 4, and these two are going along superbly well. Well, as you can see, the crowd out there excited for the finish of this game. Well, all those girls and boys in blue supporting the side in blue. They are pretty much excited. An hour back, it was a very different complexion out here. And all of a sudden, those big smiles on the face. Right, then we are back here in this 18th. Krishev bowling this over. It's a thick inside edge. Won't quite find the fence. A couple of runs taken. Well, Krishev conceded just 3 runs in his first 3 overs. Surprisingly not given the ball back, especially when they were on top. And now has a job to do. He needs to do something similar of what he did in his first 3 overs. Once again, those couple of runs bringing the task down to a run a ball. 17 required of 17. Well, they need a tight over here, the Park VDC, and they need wickets. Especially they need to break this partnership here. And this time he connects. And there he goes. What a mighty hit. The longest one of this night. A black sphere 6 off the bat of Pranay Chaudhary. And they are now just 11 runs away. Well, all of a sudden, just one delivery. How does it spoil your bowling spell as well, Krishev? None for 11 all of a sudden. And this time crunched through the offside. Another black sphere 4. Cruising here, Pranay Chaudhary. Just 7 away from victory now. Inching ever so closer here, the Park Super Kings. What an outstanding innings on the night of the final here for Pranay Chaudhary. Moves on to 48. 48 of just 30. He's deserved a half century. Well, that is exactly why they wanted to play out the power surge. They wanted to get those quick runs, and they are getting those in this over. 12 runs coming off 3 deliveries. And are now just 7 runs away. And surely it seems like they are done enough now. And once again in the air. Will it land safely? Will that run away to the fence? Yes, it does. It hits the boundary rope. Another black sphere 4. That's his half century as well. 52 of just 31 deliveries. It's been brilliant. Absolutely brilliant by Pranay Chaudhary. And they are now just a hit away, the Park Super Kings. What an outstanding chase it has been by these two. And especially Pranay Chaudhary here. Right then, Krishev up against Pranay. Once again, a big heave. Finds the man out there in the deep. So Krish Merchant will be on strike, who will get the opportunity to finish this game off. Just 2 more needed. So here we go. Is this going to be the winning shot? On the offside, straight to the fielder, and they get across. So the scores are level now. At the end of the 18th, it's 130 for 4. Just 1 more run needed for the Park Super Kings to be victorious in this season number 1 of the Park Cricket League. Right then, it is going to be Bhavik to bowl the penultimate over of the game. Not sure if we will go to the final one. It's played on the offside. It's gone right through. And it will run away to the boundary. History made by the Park Super Kings. They win this season number 1 of the Park Cricket League. The Park Super Kings reach out and touch it. Brilliant performance on the night of the final by Pranay Chaudhary and Krish Merchant. The boys who have been bowling with the new ball, that bowling partnership which has worked superbly well for them, has done the job with the bat on the night of the final. An outstanding partnership between the two. 93-run stand for this 5th wicket, getting the side home up against the Park VDC, who lost only once throughout this tournament and have lost their second one in this final. And the Park Super Kings, look at those scenes here. The pictures tell you the story itself. They are the champions of the season number 1 of the Park Cricket League. Outstanding bit of performance in the end by the Park Super Kings, and they have truly deserved it right at the end, winning this game by 6 wickets and 11 balls to spare. Well, we will have the post-match presentation in a short while from now. So stay tuned for the post-match presentation. Well, everybody, welcome to the post-match presentation of the final of the Park Cricket League season number 1. It was an outstanding chase in the end by the Park Super Kings, thanks to Pranay Chaudhary and Krish Merchant, making that chase possible in the end. A 93-run stand for the 5th wicket, getting them home in the end in a tough situation up against the Park VDC. Well, quite a few awards to be given away. The first one will be the Black Sphere most number of boundaries, and heading 7 fours and 2 sixes goes to Pranay Chaudhary. Next award is the best bowler of the match, the Roots and Ritual maximum number of wickets. Well, no surprises. It was a surprise package in the end, taking 5 wickets in this final, goes to Dhruv Mehta. Well, the next award is the Reboot Man of the Match. Well, there were quite a few candidates. It was an outstanding innings by Pranay Chaudhary. But in the end, we went with someone who took those 5 wickets, scored 15 runs. Once again, Dhruv Mehta. Well, the next award is the best find of the tournament. Well, he was always in and around for the Park Super Kings. He always performed, but always missed out on the man of the match, maybe by some margin or the other. It goes to Krish Merchant. Well, the next award is the best bowler of the tournament. Well, taking 15 wickets in the process. He might not have taken any wickets tonight. He scored those 50 runs. It goes to Pranay Chaudhary. Well, next award is the best batsman of the tournament, scoring a massive 388 runs throughout this tournament, goes to Krishiv. Well, the next award is the most valuable player of the tournament. He took 10 wickets, and once again, it's the same person who scored those 388 runs, goes to Krishiv. Well, next, I would like to request the captain of the Park VDC, Ankit, to come up and have a few words with me, please. Well, Ankit, 130 was always not going to be enough, right?
Never enough. But again, I mean, crazy things happened during the finals. We made a game out of it. The ballers got us into the game, and I think one or two batters, Vishal Gupta, they got us into the game. They gave us some score to defend. But yeah, I mean, look, the way our bowlers started, that just set us the tone. First 10 overs, I think we were all over them. But you know, about when it comes to winning the finals, winning to finals, it's all about winning the key moments in the game. You need to identify and grab those. No, not let the opponents a sniff into the game. I mean, during crunch times, that is what we something missed doing that. But yeah, I mean, look, I have to give credit where it is due. I think Krish and Pranay really batted out of the skins. They batted really well. They played the situation very well. And yeah, I mean, just on the wrong side of the game day to day.
Well, do you think that there was much more in it for the bowlers in the pitch because you had them at 40 for 4 as well and you also struggled yourself with the bat? So, did you think that you had more than a chance when they were 40 for 4?
Yes, a lot of purchase today when it came to the bowlers. It was a bowler friendly wicket, to be honest, a bit slightly. But yeah, I mean, for a batter who had invested some 40, 30, 40 balls, I mean, he was the most valuable asset on the pitch. But look, yes, there was definitely purchase for the spinners and for the fast bowlers as well. I saw the wicket during the toss time. It was quite wet. And it was a fresh wicket as well. So it was pretty unusual to be wet because it was a fresh wicket. But yeah, I mean, look, that played part into our hands as well. That played part into their hands as well. They bowled really well up front. So yeah, I mean, definitely it was a day where bowlers had a go at it.
All right, hard luck today and all the best for next season. Thank you so much. You can also come and collect the runner up trophy, please. We can request the whole team of the Park VDC to come up, please. Can we request the whole team of Park VDC to come up, please, to come and collect the runner up trophy? Well, next I would like to request the captain of the Park Super Kings to come up, please, Dian. Well, Dian, Pranay Chaudhary and Krish Merchant, they were your bowling partnership throughout the tournament, and today they do it with the bat. How does that feel?
Too good. They did not get the runs in the first few, like just kept playing the tournament. But Pranay, we just knew that he was going to score today. Like he just said it. Like he was going to finish today. He was going to just win us the game today. Loud?
Well, when you were at 44, did you have even in your mind that you have this, or was it that you knew that you had someone or the other who come in and chip in with the runs?
No, actually, it was a good toss to win. Like because we bowled so well and we got them all out for 130 that it did not matter now. That we knew that if it was 90 runs, we were going to get it anyways.
All right, can I request the rest of the team to come and collect the winner's trophy, please?